Congrats on first, Dion. Thanks for the check-in, Lim. Get supported, nerd.
Liminal mushroom has arrived.
Oh no, it went off twice for some reason. Get supported, nerd. Also, the second one was Lim specifically shouting you out. I didn't do that. You can scroll up and see. I just wanted to start with this song today because it's such a fucking vibe. I mean, like, it came on, and I was like, ooh, I'm vibing hard. I should, like, let people join me on the vibes with this, and I restarted it when I started streaming, instead of just letting it run. What's up, guys? Lim job. Ooh, and this is one of the best Fall Out Boy songs. Alright. Took a look at some of our layers real quick to see where we left off. I didn't like the shadow for the handrail, so I'm going to redo that. I felt like it wasn't properly in perspective with the consideration it deserved for the angle of light. So I'm going to just redo that quickly. We got our boy Patch here. We're going to be working on shading, detailing, and the vehicles in the background. There's a big old city bus and a little pickup truck. We're also going to add in like some like ads and stuff on like the bus stop bench side of the bus too. Details and shading pretty much is where we're at. Y'all can see last time I worked on this, I gave a little bit of a like glow for the how the sun is setting, and I started working on shadows for like certain aspects of the background, primarily to break up the different planes of it. But we're gonna go in, we're gonna double down on these like shapes that we started to build on. We're gonna shade the character himself as well. We're gonna be detailing like the patches with different designs and colors and shit. They're not all gonna be plain red like this. We're gonna add some ads and posters. Cracks in the pavement with little plants coming out of them. All sorts of little details. Masky, how are you? How's your night going? You got D&D tonight? Aw, sorry to hear it's canceled. But hey, at least we get to hang out now. Yo, where's Hairless? It's her favorite band. Yo, but for real, Hairless has seen these guys live like a bunch of times. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's like a bunch of middle-aged dad ex-stoners and Hairless Doll. The Wiggles are actually very good, yeah. Like if you've got any nieces or nephews, there's certain kids bands that you'll find yourself bopping to, and there's certain kid bands where you just want to scream and question why they ever made that. Yeah, that's valid, Dion. I mean, I've seen some bands you wouldn't like. We saw Deep Purple live that one time, and I when I found out, I was like, wait, they're alive. But then we went and saw them, and it was dope. That shit was honestly a great show. Wiggle Bats, that would be a great tour. That would be insane. The energy there would be crazy. It would be a blast, I think. Masky, that's fucking crazy. I keep hearing it's really good. I wanna watch it, so I don't really want spoilers. Um, but I keep hearing it's really good, and I'm happy for Markiplier. I used to watch a lot of his content. I haven't as much these days, just because like I find myself more involved in the Twitch sphere and with like smaller content creators. But I've always really liked Markiplier, and I'm glad for him. There's there's methods. We could potentially do that. I need to arrange to have Joey watch Metalocalypse since he said he would watch it with me. Hi, Pip. I'm glad you saw that.
Sir Pippin the Not-So-Smart has arrived.
Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, I never saw Ozzy. Lim's mom did, like, at like peak Ozzy though, and we're envious to say the least. But we saw Deep Purple, and the technically we saw Yes, but really it was like one member of Yes and a bunch of like fill-ins. Name some layers real quick that I neglected to name last time. This guy's got a decent number of layers going at this point. I'm gonna have to like reorganize and combine some eventually. Oh, holy crap, Masky, that's crazy. I feel like if your Spider-Man doesn't have good fight choreography, then what the fuck are you doing? Like, if there's ever been a showy superhero in terms of fight choreography, it's fucking Spider-Man. I'll be honest, I know it's a trope. I know it's a trope, and I know it's a meme, and I know they all make fun of it, and I make fun of it too. But the hallway fights in Daredevil are fantastic every time. Put that man in a hallway, and I'm like, yeah! Like, he's jumping off the walls and shit, throwing people through windows. Gets me every time. And it's like, half the fights are in hallways and alleyways and shit. And every time I'm so hype about it. It's just fucking awesome. You can turn up the opacity on this because it is not strong enough. Ten. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Nice. Roll, Pip. That's a good one. Oof. 8. Could have been better. Could have been worse, though. Good modifier. That'll rescue an 8. Please don't die in the shower. People are gonna find you naked, and that might be a little awkward. I hate to say it, but have you ever heard the version of Dare? Thank you for the stream streak, Pippin. the version of Dare where they just edit out the featured rapper guy. I'm blanking on his name. Cause it's just better. It's just better without him. Yeah, I feel better, Pip. Thanks for stopping in, dude. I appreciate the shit out of you. Get well soon, bud. Because they're edgy and Midwestern. Is that a good enough explanation for 21 Pilots being like that? Because I think it is. Oof, Lim. Oof. A 3? Get inspiration. Roll again. Roll again. I'm biased. I know. Better. Just popping some more contrast into this, because honestly, that's how you get something to read as metal really nicely. Just strong contrast. Strong contrast between light and dark. Oh, look, it's metal now. It's that easy. I really don't find metal to be particularly challenging in shading terms, especially not like something as simple as this, which is just one uniform shape. It's old MCR. Yo, speaking of zombies, and Zombie Song is on. Started rewatching Z Nation. That shit is so good. That shit is so good. 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. If you want some campy zombie action, get yourself some Z Nation. I mean, I'm down. I'm still trying to catch up on stuff. I finished cleaning my room today. So that's one thing on the checklist done. And then tomorrow, Lim and I are watching the finale of Fallout. So that's a thing. Looking forward to it. Ryan, have you seen Z Nation? I feel like if you had, you probably would have brought it up. Alternately, have you heard my rant about why you should watch it? Zombie games hardly count as scary. I'm sure Hairless would be just fine with one. Plus, you have me on Steam, so I'm pretty sure you would have seen if I was playing it. That's lame that she thought it was boring, but oh well, maybe it's just not for her. Um, but yeah, I mean, Steam does that thing where it's like your friend played whatever, whatever for the first time, or will like show you achievements. And I can tell like who to invite to certain collabs based on that sometimes because I'm like, oh, they have Left 4 Dead 2, let's play that together. My cat's just stomping around and meowing right now. I don't have Hello Kitty Island Adventure, but if I got it, I would play with her. Because it's basically Animal Crossing, and I love Animal Crossing. It is a very different, it's a big tone shift. I feel like that's a good way to put it. Also, if she has Animal Crossing's New Horizons, I can be her sugar daddy because I have so much money in that game. It's not even funny. I could buy God. I have so many bells. Yeah, I'm willing to bet she does. I'm so. I have stupid money in that game, dude. And I got it in the dumbest way. Like the recent update came out and Tom Nook was like, there are 2 new upgrades for your house, and they're very expensive, so keep that in mind. And also for these ones, because they're such a big deal and they're the last upgrades, you need to pay up front. I'm not gonna do a loan with you. Is that okay? Is that cool? It's gonna come out to about 4 million bells. Is that cool? Like, you can pay it when you can afford it. And I went, put the bells on the counter and said, upgrade my home, motherfucker. Overnight, first upgrade, overnight, second upgrade. I just immediately bought them. Because it made me wait 24 hours for the first one to apply before I could get the second one. But yeah, it was a frame 1. I got it. Whatever. They're like, this is the last update and it's the big one. It's expensive. And I'm like, here, take it. Like, I'm like, shut up, Nooklings. Take my bells. Fix my house. These nooks. This song's such a chill vibe. Like, I just really love it. Can't believe you blamed my baby boys for that mess that is Twilight Dion. Oh, are you talking about the tuber I'm trying to make for like portfolio purposes? I was actually I sketched a couple ideas over the weekend. I was trying to think of like themes that I could apply to it. And there was like a couple different ones that I thought were really interesting. Because I think I'm gonna make two. I think I'm gonna make one that's like practical for myself to use for days I don't feel like having a camera on, and I'm gonna make one that's a portfolio piece where it's purely meant to be flashy and show, like, demonstrate not only my art style but the rigging as well. Um, and that'll be good for a few different reasons. Partly for practice with rigging and stuff, more complicated rigging as well. And partly to like put out there to show like to the extremes what I could potentially do if yeah, tech skill and the kind of thing that wouldn't run well on stream for someone like me, but somebody who's like a dedicated tuber with like a fucking separate PC just to run their tuber type situation could do it. You know what I'm saying? Because some people do that. Some people get real intense with it. And yeah, I had a couple different ideas, truthfully. I was thinking like something non-human could be really interesting, like a biblical angel tuber, or like a like not as humanoid demon tuber, like a more interpretive biblical version. I was thinking something with like extra arms or extra eyes could be really fucking cool. The two towers tubers. Dion, that was yeah, I did one that has like the million eyes, and I was thinking how I would split them up, how I would rig them, which eyes I would tie them to blink and stuff like that. Um like this is all stuff that has legitimately crossed my mind. I was also thinking of doing like an undead tuber where they'd have like an exposed heart that beats. I was trying to think of like different cool showy stuff like that, and trying to even apply some of those ideas to each other in a way that would make like something truly unique. I haven't decided exactly what I want to do with it yet because I'm trying to get some of my commissions completed first. Yeah, they tie like animal ears to the eyes. There's also ways to independently rig them so that you can have like the ear twitch independently, for example, without being rigged to any specific things to take that command from. It'll just twitch every now and then, like even if you're AFK. Um there are ways to do that, and so that's stuff that I would be messing with that I have not messed with quite yet, since both of the tubers I rigged were like humanoid strictly. I did give Vic's ears a level of wiggle with physics and gravity, but I didn't rig that to the eyes or anything, and it's not rigged to twitch independently. It's rigged to wiggle with motions. So if you look closely, his ears do kind of bounce a little bit. That is something I featured on his, at least. Every time I listen to the song, I go like this, just following the piano. I can't help it. I can't help myself. Yeah, I was thinking, if I did something with extra eyes, depending on how those eyes are laid out. If it was like a third eye, I would rig it to the left eye. Because if I'm gonna like wink or something, it's gonna be with the right eye, and I wouldn't want the two to wink together. So my left eye, I don't really use as much for that kind of thing. I would rig it to my left. Um, Obviously that would be like something I would ask a client if I was doing it for somebody else. But that's how I was thinking of doing that. But if I did a seraphim one, I was thinking like the rings of eyes, I could either do an entire ring as right eyes, an entire ring as left eyes, if I was doing like the orbital eye kind of thing you see sometimes. Or I could like split it down the center, like if they crisscross, it could be like left eye, right eye situation based on which side of the face it's on. You wink left eye. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I look dumb when I wink with my left eye. I feel like I look dumb when I wink in general, but I feel like I look less dumb when I wink with my right eye than my left. I don't know why. I've just always thought that. So I'm a right eye winker, apparently. Which is something I never really thought about until I started like rigging VTubers and trying to figure out this sort of stuff. It's kind of funny how it's made me dissect my own facial expressions in a different way. uh it's interesting the shit that it's come up with like that. That looks pretty lit. And it made a world of difference with how legit it looks like versus before. Check my DMs. Hold on. I keep my phone on one of those things. Dude, that's fucking great. Be more afraid. Monster fuckers are wild, bro. Monster fuckers are wild. I had a piece of hair awkwardly poking me in the nose. It was making me itch. I like the premise that angels are described so differently and in such confusing ways because they're not comprehensible to the human mind. We all know I don't believe in this stuff. I'm not a religious or a spiritual person, but that's how I like to interpret it. I think it's more interesting that way. I need you to know that I read Metaton and I jumped to Undertale before anything remotely religious. I love Undertale, okay? And Metaton's the transgender television, okay? Only Toby Fox can pull that shit off. That TV, he made it trans. And gender non-conforming at the same time, which a lot of people don't play with that combo unless they're specifically going for someone non-binary. and Mettaton is not non-binary. That TV, that's trans Dion. And yeah, it's named after the biblical figure. And has a whole brand line by the same name too. MTT brand. It stands for Mettaton brand. So, it's not the most obvious thing. You can only find out if you do some exploring. You can get a key to a house off of certain traders who are, Bretty and Caddy, who are outside of the Mettaton resort. And if you take that key and you go back to Waterdeep, you can get into the house next to Nabstablook's house, which used to belong to his cousin. And Nabstablook's cousin was a ghost who, in terms of like physicality, ghost form, whatever, was female. And that ghost met Alphys at a human fan club where they were meeting up to discuss things about human culture. Alphys mostly just talked about anime and stuff, but they became friends, and this ghost realized that Alphys is like a genius inventor. Like she's a mad scientist, engineer, inventor. And Alphys offered to make the ghost a body that reflects how like he feels, because the ghost felt like a man. And so the ghost possesses this masculine robot body that is created for them by Alphys. And that's how they like become corporeal, and they start going by Mettaton. He starts going by Mettaton, and using he him pronouns, and becomes wildly famous on television. And Mettaton is still gender nonconforming in that Mettaton is female to male, specifically using he him pronouns. No, by no means non-binary. This is a man, but he still wears like nail polish and makeup and stuff later on when he gets the more humanoid shaped upgrade, which is the second robot body that he ends up possessing, and his like final form. So yeah, that robot's transgender. You get it. You get it. It's not, it sounds more complicated than it is. You know what I'm saying? Um, but ultimately, Mettaton was a ghost who was female and was created a body by his best friend, and that body is male and uses he him pronouns because that's how the ghost identified all along. And so it's just like, okay, that TV ghost is transgender. There's also a transgender trash compactor in Star Wars. And there's a robot in Star Trek that is like either like part of a ship or a ship's AI systems. I don't remember exactly. Tricky might know, because Tricky's of Trekkie, which is a funny sentence. That also identifies as transgender. Yeah, at the end of the day, Metaton's a man, uses he, him pronouns. But speaking biologically was AFAB, assigned female at birth, and still enjoys things like nail polish and makeup and stuff, which a lot of people like will question trans men if they do. They're like, why are you bothering to transition? You're like still wearing this shit. Like, fashion's for everybody. Fashion's not just for women. Not to mention the idea of what is considered masculine and feminine changes wildly over the decades, let alone centuries. Hell yeah. Trans people, we're all over and all throughout history. You just don't hear about us much because the world was largely colonized by Europeans who spread their Eurocentric gender standards as they took over. But the first person ever documented to request, oh god, driving in Cyberpunk sucks. I need to get a motorcycle. The first person ever documented in history to request a sex change was Roman Emperor Elagabalus, who ruled in like, I don't know, 222 or something like that. That was the first documented case of a person requesting sex reassignment surgery. He had his doctor's research options, which were, you know, nowhere. They didn't have the kind of medicine to do that shit. Nowhere near available in that era. There was also a pharaoh in Egypt named Hatshepsut, who is commonly believed to be trans, although a lot of their use of gender was symbolic, so it is a bit interpretable. Like, when they made a person a man in a drawing, it was more to represent them being powerful than them being a man. Weird old-timey sexist stuff, you know how it goes. That was actually okay. That was my plan for next time. I didn't realize how involved the Pan Am questline was going to be. So next time we play Cyberpunk, which is going to be this upcoming Friday, I'm going to wrap up the Pan Am questline. I want to stop at my apartment to drop off some of my supplies and maybe swap out some weapons, see if I can't customize some of them, change my outfit, shit like that. See if I have any better armor, that kind of shit. And then I want to go to meet Mama Wells at the, it's not a memorial service, but basically a memorial service for Jackie. Um, that's what I would like to do next time. And then I'm not sure exactly what else I'm going to get involved in the interim, but that's the plan. Because when Mama Wells first reached out to me, I wasn't able, I don't think at the time I was able to do more than send a text back. If I was, I missed that. Well, the friend is the table. The friend is not the event. Unless I'm wrong and it's both, but I know the friend is the table for sure. It could also be the name of the event. But yeah, I wanna go to that next time. When I first looked, I didn't see an option to get in touch with her beyond messaging her that we'd speak later. And then the first time I noticed I had the opportunity to speak to her, I was like, oh, we're calling her immediately, because I thought it was really shitty that we basically just left her on fucking red. Like, no, talk to your boy's mama. Come on, don't. You didn't call your fucking parents? Like, what the fuck? You gotta call your parents. What the fuck are you doing? Like. Yeah, for real. Fucking act like it, V. You know? You know? These people have been good to you. Don't don't be like that. Plus I need to meet Mama Wells. I'm dying to know what the woman who raised Jackie is like. I need, like, I'm not even, this is not a joke. I'm dying to know what the woman who raised Jackie is like. Yeah, so you can hold me to that next time, Dion. Because that's on the to-do list. Wrap up the current plot line with Pan Am, get back into the city. That's like numbers 1 and 2. Stop by the apartment to switch out some of our belongings and see if we can't upgrade a few of the guns that we have in storage. Maybe switch out what we're armed with, as well as our clothes, because I think I got some more armor. And go to the memorial event for Jackie. After that, we can shit around. We can try to make some money. There's a lot of shit we can do. But those are my gotta check these off before I go fucking crazy points. Oh no, don't make me feel bad. I'm already sad enough Jackie's dead. Dion. Get out of here. Get out of here with this shit. I said it was dumb as shit from the beginning. But did I get a choice? No. They were like, oh, we're gonna do this host, and we're gonna do this heist, and we're gonna be in the big leagues, and it's gonna be great, and we're gonna have so much money, and they're gonna name drinks after us. And I'm like, that sounds stupid as shit. Stay the fuck home. But did they listen? No. Could have had a goddamn hot chocolate in the comfort of your own fucking blankies. No. Gotta be a big shot. Well, guess what? I don't give a shit about the big leagues. I'm gonna stay home. I'm gonna stay in my blankets. I'm gonna have some fucking hot cocoa. This is why they don't make video games about bitches like me. People would be like, what the fuck is this? This game's boring. They'd be like, it's slice of life. Just me in my garden. I like look at a snail. Riveting gameplay. But yeah, if anybody was out there wondering, like, why do they have so many hallway fight scenes in Daredevil? It's for me. Personally. I emailed them and said more hallway fight scenes. He even got one in fucking She-Hulk. It's like a thing now. I love it. I love it so much. Charlie Cox is like, oh, you want me to beat up some dudes in a hallway on camera? Sure, I'll do it. Except in his British accent. I almost forgot he was fucking British because his New York accent is so good. And then Claire Obscure came out and he's got his natural accent in that, and I was like, whoa! He just does such a perfect accent for that role. Like, he doesn't have that, hey, I'm walking here going on. But, like, that's because he's a fucking lawyer. And lawyers don't fucking talk like that. He's got more of a subtle New York accent. It works really well, honestly. Suits him. Hi, Hairless. How are you?
Hairless doll has arrived.
How's your day going? Thanks for the check-in. You had a good day? I'm glad to hear it. Also, I heard you're looking for some people to play Hello Kitty Adventure Island with. If I get my hands on that game, you'll be the first person that I tell. Yeah, I'll have to scope it out when it does. Because it's like Animal Crossing, and I love Animal Crossing, so why not? Alternately, if you do have Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can come by my island sometime. Vice versa. Trade some recipes. Ah, man, yeah, then we might not be able to. Yeah, I got the download for the update recently. And I already paid off the house upgrades because I'm stupid rich in that game. I'm still trying to finish my museum though. I'm about 24 creatures short of it being 100%. I finished certain collections, but I still need 8 fish, about a dozen bugs, and a handful of the diving sea creatures. Pet that dog! I love dogs. This song is from My Chemical Romance's Nuclear War era, which sounds like a weird sentence until you consider there's kind of a lot of pop punk songs about nuclear war. When did Rage Against the Machine get so political? What's the deal with Simon Ferocious anyway? I'm not talking about Freddie Mercury. I'm talking about Sid Vicious and how Freddie Mercury tore Sid Vicious a fucking new one because he's a bad bitch like that. Freddie Mercury was fucking awesome. And bisexual. I was tired of this fucking bi erasure. The man was not gay. This shit is so funny. God, Freddie was a fucking real one. This is the Brobex. This is Dallin Weeks before he started IDK How. It's his older project. Fantastic work. They also have an album about nuclear war. It's called Happiest Nuclear Winter. More of an EP than an album, I guess. If we want to be technical. Whoa! Whoa! Zoob! Hi! How was the rest of your stream, dude? I was lurking on ya, but then I had to set up to do some drawing. How are you guys? Hello, hello, everyone. We're working on drawing this Sk8r dude. Let me make him visible so you can see him. Sk8r dude. Big Zoob energy. How's it going, man? How are you guys? How'd stream go? I didn't get to say hi today, but I was there. Always watching, Mike Wazowski. And Zoob, my mans, if you got a raid and run, you know I always respect it. Thank you so much for bringing everybody through. Also, fun fact, we are 5 follows away from 300 followers. We're getting pretty fucking close there. Dude, no worries. Wrap up your conversation. Do what you gotta do. I'm working on a drawing of this Sk8r guy. Right now I'm working on these railings behind him, which is why why they look like that. They're selected. Yeah, doing a little modern piece, shaking things up a little bit. He's like a void dude. He's made of shadow, which is why he's kind of featureless. So I'm really bringing the details home with the background, the shading, the little stuff on his clothes. Right now you can't see what I'm doing that well because I'm adding just little pops of a white highlight to really contrast the shading, make the metal feel bright and reflective. Almost 300, man. Almost. I feel like for like I still consider myself to be like a new streamer. I feel like I feel like calling yourself a streamer is kind of like calling yourself newlyweds. You can do it for like 2 years. And then it's like, nope, not anymore. So yeah, I still consider myself a newer streamer, a smaller streamer. And I could not be more thrilled with the growth and support that I've seen from all y'all. Married to the game. Yeah, because I mean, I've only been doing all this for a year and a half now. I learned that some people had the impression I'd been doing it for longer, which that feels nice. Makes me feel like I seem like I know what I'm doing. But yeah, it's only been about a year and a half that I've been streaming for. I just watched a lot of YouTube videos. That's how I got here. Looks about right. I think I can afford to blend out those last touches just a little bit. Bring this through on like 15% on a smaller brush and just blend those out a tiny bit. There we go. So I did lines like right down the center of the shadow and highlight where the bars merge with the fence itself and along the pole here to kind of give it a little shape. Those are the little highlights I just manually popped in. Some of them you can see really clearly. Looks like metal when you zoom out a bit. Ain't looking so bad if you ask me. So there's the fence and the railing. We have made those look nice and metallic now. I might throw just a little texture on it here and there to make it look like it's a little scratched up. It's not quite perfect anymore. It's not factory fresh. But for now, that's a good start. Alright, make the brush a little larger and get into these corners a little bit. Blend brush, make it a little stronger again. I forgot that this brush does not like being used that large. Yeah, usually I draw fantasy stuff here, D&D type shit. But this one is a commission for a pal. It's a more modern setting, more modern character. Besides, it's always good to break it up a little bit, shake it up, throw something a little different in my portfolio. So I can do it all. I just like to do fantasy. This is one of my favorite Law Dispute songs. It's called Safer in the Forest, a love song for poor Michigan. Honestly, this is off Wildlife. Um, yep, I'm gaslighting myself. This is off their album Wildlife, and it's my favorite album by them. It's a softer one, a little more soft spoken than their other shit. So if you're not into screamy shit, which Law Dispute has a lot of that, I'm not gonna lie to you. If that's not your shtick, then you're probably gonna prefer this album out of all of them. Yeah, it's your favorite band, Dion. If Hallie's listening, because sometimes he's here lurking, this is my favorite Midwest emo band, bro. Which he made fun of me for saying I had a favorite Midwest emo band, and I'm like, look at me. Do I look like someone who wouldn't have a favorite Midwest emo band? Look at me. This pale ass. This pale twink emo ass. And you expect me not to have a favorite Midwest emo band? Look at me. So I gave him shit for that. It was funny. Their newest EP is kind of leaning back toward their old sound. I'm very curious to see if that sticks or if they just wanted to experiment with it for a little bit since it's been a while. Dion, did you hear about people who got like their Switches banned for naming him Twink? Like account locked. Dude, that was a real thing that was actually happening. Hey Oz, how are you? Some people were like naming their Twink their Link Twink, and like Nintendo Online got big upset about it and like banned a bunch of people. And the funniest part is like, you know, it's not the homophobes naming him that. So this isn't a matter of hate speech. Because it's the gays naming him that. We're allowed to make fun of ourselves, Nintendo. It's okay. It's okay. Hell yeah. Welcome to the club. We're just vibing here, too. Listening to some Midwest emo. Also, I saw this band live. That's actually this. I got this hat at that show. It's merchandise of theirs, and they went way harder than any of the metal bands I've ever seen live. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I've seen a lot of big metal band names, and none of them went as hard as La Dispute, the fucking Midwest emos. They know how to put on a good fucking show. Probably because there ain't shit else to do in the Midwest, but, you know. Right? Right? Nintendo, get with the program. Get with the program. JRPGs are some of the gayest shit in the world. Can I just say that? I've played Kingdom Hearts. That shit was gay. If you think Axel and Roxas weren't in love, then we're not on the same wavelength. Those two were gay as shit for each other. It's crazy. Demix was gay too, but not with anyone, just in general. You're somehow. I mean, yeah, that's completely accurate about RPGs, but that also means every RPG is just Love Nikki. Come on, come on. We've all seen Love Nikki. We all know what it's about. You're fashioning your way across the continent, and yeah, yeah. Every RPG is that, and also JoJo's. I think I've only seen one episode of JoJo Bizarre Adventure. Hey, thank you so much. Welcome in, Gluel. Is that how you pronounce that? Should I just call you Glue? Because it's every isekai. It's every isekai. I really liked the vending machine isekai, and then they added the feet guy, and then I changed my mind. Dude, JoJo's is gay as hell. It's based on, like, women's high-end fashion. Like, that's not a secret or anything. But I've only ever seen one episode because they gave the dog grapes, and I got irrationally mad and went on a rant about how grapes are poisonous for dogs, and then never watched the show again. Because I'm extra like that. And thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I'll call you Glue. Welcome in. Yeah, this is a commission for a buddy of mine. It's a character in the Has Been Hotel universe, which I honestly don't know a lot about. But I know they're in hell. So he's deceased. He's in the afterlife. He's a skater in hell. 2022 is when he died. So that's what's on the pocket there, because he's the kind of wry dude who might put something like that on his clothes. And he's like a shadow void guy, which is why he's kind of featureless. Shading him is going to get interesting. Dude, like, are foot fetishes just like more common in Japan or something? Because like I feel like I can't watch anime anymore without somebody in there just being all about them feet, and I'm like, homie, I'm here to like learn about like adventuring in feudal Japan and the power of friendship. And all you're throwing at me is this weird guy who's obsessed with boots and is like sniffing people's feet to figure out their history. No, who asked for this? Cause I didn't. I just wanted to watch a fucking vending machine roam the countryside. And now there's this dude who keeps smelling people's shoes. And I don't like that. I don't like that. That's not my thing, man. Wow, changing the size of that brush does not change the size of the speckles at all. Okay, noted. Let's find a different speckle brush, because I think this one's just too fine. That one's too big. That's too much, man. That's also too much, man. I think this one's the closest to what I want. Dude, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Look up season 2 of the vending machine anime. Season 1 was no feet reveal ever. Get the fuck out of my chat with that. People will think you have validity because you're a mod, and then they're gonna actually expect me to do a fucking get the fuck out of here. Ain't never. I'm not ending up on fucking wiki feet. But yeah, I was watching the vending machine anime, And season 1 is like cute and silly and wholesome, and it's about a guy who got isekai'd into, like, he's a vending machine now in the countryside, and there's like this strong girl who finds him and is like, we're friends, I can carry you around, it's cool. And he gives her like 3 beverages for it, and it's cute and it's fun. And then there's the next season that comes out, and they're like, hey, check it out, we got cute new cast members for our fun new adventure, and one of them is a feet guy, and I'm like, why? What? He's like trading people information and intel they need for their shoes, and like getting up in there with his sniffer. Get out of there, you're not a dog. Ugh. Feet people could use a little less representation, Dion. Feet people are something else, man. I got some filthy comment from a feet guy once, and that was enough for me to throw out every pair of open-toed shoes I owned. Yeah, I'm just, the universe is telling me to stop watching anime, and I think I gotta listen to it. I feel like I can make an exception for like 2 to 3 like anime shows / movies a year. I can't keep it up with this shit, man. It's all naked 15-year-olds and feet dudes. I don't want this. Dion, as soon as you filter that shit out, you have no anime anymore. It's like, yeah, you get like Studio Ghibli. Kotaro Lives Alone. Mushishi. That's all the ones I can think of. don't have that kind of shit. Even, it's not even slice of life isn't immune, bro. Even slice of life isn't immune, bro. I've seen Psycho-Pass. I have not seen Death Parade. But I've seen Psycho-Pass. I did enjoy Psycho-Pass. There are still flaws with it where I'm like, why did they, like, mangakas, dude. Mangakas are some of the weirdest fucking people, I swear to God. Feet people scare me too. No, I know it only has 1 season. Yeah, I've seen Psycho-Pass. And like, I guess because they're dealing with like people who are actually fucking deranged, it gets a little bit more leniency regarding people. Like, of course there's gonna be people who are doing weird crazy shit. That's what the show's about. That would be like asking for Silence of the Lambs to cut out the like dudes in the insane asylum act in some type of way. Like that's the point, you know? It's neat. It presents an interesting moral dilemma. I thought it was a bit of a stretch in terms of sci-fi shit, but a lot of sci-fi shit is. My favorite sci-fi movie is probably still The Fifth Element. I love The Fifth Element. Great movie. Multipass. I was radicalized by the episode of Avatar The Last Airbender where Aang goes to a firebending school. That is not a joke. It is not a joke. No High School DxD. It's not the worst I've seen, but it's up there. But if any of y'all haven't seen Mushishi, that's one of my favorite anime. And it's really underrated. Like, even among weebs, a lot of people haven't heard of Mushishi. Like, I went to an anime convention, a convention for anime, and I ran into a guy cosplaying Ginkgo from Mushishi, the main character, for anyone who hasn't seen it. And he said I was one of 3 people who'd recognized his costume that entire weekend. And I was like, that's a fucking shame, man. Because it's a good costume, and Mushishi is an excellent show. Is it High School DxD that gets better? Because there's only so much I'm willing to stick around for. I have been told to watch Frieren a few times. It's on my list. I haven't gotten to it yet, though. Alright, back to 15 pixels for line art. Probably gonna start on the bus. Let me pull up like a city bus reference. That's nice, I guess, but like, people keep defending how much teenagers are sexualized in these shows by saying it's just cartoon characters. But at the end of the day, like, as a teenager, I was upskirted at conventions, and I am far from the only one. I have a lot of friends who have had the same experience. And, like, especially in light of shit like the Epstein files, why are we still trying to jump through hoops to justify this shit? I don't care that somebody drew it. I don't care that it's not a real kid anymore. I don't want to hear your fucking justifications for it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm fucking talking about? Because, like, My Hero Academia, I stopped watching, in part because it was sexualizing minors so much, and I was just exhausted of that shit, and exhausted of being treated like meat, and like, I can't fucking deal with it anymore. Like there's too much going. There's too many fucking perverts in the world. I just want a wholesome little anime where there's some cool shit going on, and there's no naked children, and apparently that's too much to ask. It's fucking insane. I mean, My Hero Academia, the fans were rampant with making pornography of the characters. And, I actually was doxxed by a fan group for reporting their pornography of said characters, specifically of minor characters. I wasn't reporting porn of fucking adults because I don't give a shit about that. And I was doxxed for it. And in addition to that, they had a gag where, oh, Invisible Girl figured out how to be visible while naked in front of everyone. And I'm like, bro, she's 15. That's a child you're talking about. There's plenty of adult characters in this world. Lust after them. Plus, I need Minetta to fucking die. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna fucking lie. And they had the whole thing where they had Momo, Yaoyorozu, I think is her full name. It's been a while. It's been a while, but they call her Momo. She has to have skin showing for her abilities to work, so they gave her this ridiculous plunge cut with cleavage, and it's like, bro, just give her a belly shirt. Put her in a gymnast's leotard. Like, oh, she needs to have her skin so that she can make stuff, because that's her quirk. She can make stuff from her skin. There's a million ways to have a character who shows a lot of skin, and you went straight for the titties. Just say you're a pervert. Just say it. Don't come up with these weird excuses. Drives me fucking mad. If you can't tell. Yeah, Midnight's right there. Be horny for Midnight. She's an adult. She's an adult. And she wears, like, lingerie. Go be horny for her. Leave the children alone. You know what I'm talking about, Dion. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Also, if all of these, like, sexy high school anime shows were just college, I'd shut the fuck up. Just make it college. You can keep your student dynamics. You can have your school. You can have them in uniforms. Make it college, bro. It's so easy. It's so easy not to be a creep. Drives me fucking mad. Hori Mia. I'm not familiar with that one. My cat came over to see why I'm yelling. Hi, Bubby. Hi, Bubby. He's like, what? What? You okay? We're in ads now. So I'll pause my rant for a second. Sounds cute. Also, Zombieland Saga. That's another one that's on my list of anime I actually still watch. Zombieland Saga. It doesn't over-sexualize any of the girls in it. It's funny as fuck. It's got good music. It's got great animation. Zombieland Saga. There's a trans character in it. Dion, that's so stupid. I know a bunch of petite women who are busty. People are just being dumb at that point. Although sometimes people will draw someone and they're like, it's a petite woman. And I'm like, sir, that's a child. You need to learn how to draw anatomy better if you're trying to tell me that's a fucking woman. Especially being with, like, in all the art groups I'm in on Reddit and stuff where people share their work and seek commissions and stuff like that. I see so much of that shit. But I think it's obvious when it's somebody being a pervert versus somebody who needs more practice. Wild. Welcome back from ads, friends. Hey, us, if you were in Agile and you missed it, I said Zombieland Saga is one more that's a modern anime that I can actually recommend without feeling weird about it. It's hilarious. It's a clever and original concept. It's got great music. It's got great animation. And one of the characters is trans. Did you hear me, or have you seen it? I'll have to look that up. I've never heard of that one. I don't even care if if your characters are kids, you just need to be respectful of that. Like, I'm not saying don't make anything about children. I'm saying if you want to do a horny little school thing, make them college students. You know what I mean? You know what I fucking mean. Fucking weirdos, though, dude. Fucking weirdos everywhere. Yo, did y'all see J.K. Rowling is on the Epstein list? Because that's gonna look real bad for that stupid bitch and her feminism. If you're not looking, I did air quotes around the word feminism. In case anybody's listening and not looking at the screen. That's not real feminism. We don't call that feminism. Your raid notif is Zombieland Saga? I don't think I noticed. I haven't watched it in a bit. But I fucking love that show. It's hysterical. Is it the fucking cop? Because that guy always cracks me up. It's always the same cop! And the manager is so funny. I thoroughly enjoy that show. Genuinely. Oh, that's great. Honestly, I don't really follow a lot of pop culture either, but somehow a decent amount of it just like leeches into my existence. Primarily through like social media like Reddit. I used to get like engrossed in certain aspects of pop culture. Like I was obsessed with Supernatural. More of a micro interest kind of thing, honestly, than anything else. But then Supernatural was like, fuck them gays. So I was like, I'm out. Also, it just got really bad. They beat that dead horse. They beat the shit. They were beating a horse skeleton by the end. It had rotted away years ago. And they were just still kicking it. Yeah, it's weird because like anime and superhero stuff has become pop culture in recent years, but I was bullied for that kind of stuff when I was younger. But now, like, I have all my nerd friends who like play board games and watch anime and stuff, so I'm still kind of kept in the loop about that stuff. I just couldn't not bitch about how they took my wholesome vending machine anime and added that feet man for no reason. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. You'll bully me for the nostalgia? Thanks. I can pretend I'm in Girl Scouts again. Yeah, it's cool how Marvel Rivals has been bringing some of like the less popular characters into public notoriety. Like Jeff. I love Jeff. I also think it's hilarious. I have been laughing my ass off because I don't know if y'all have seen it. It's been all over Reddit. People on Marvel Rivals were begging the game devs for comic accurate heroes because a lot of them have little things here and there that make them a bit inaccurate to the comics, and they use the multiverse stuff to the excuse as an excuse, and it's fine. I get it. There's so many different versions of these characters after decades of every history with Marvel and everything. You're never gonna get everybody satisfied, but people have been begging and pleading. They're like, please, please, none of your characters are comic accurate. Give us a accurate character, please, please. And they deliver Deadpool on a silver platter, flawlessly comic accurate. And you know what everybody says? He's fucking annoying. Make him shut up. That's who Deadpool is. That's who he is. He's ADHD the tumor, the anti-hero. He's supposed to be fucking annoying. There's a reason everyone in the comics hates him, and it's because he's fucking grating. And that's why I love him. He's the worst. Exactly. Like, he's always, if you think Deadpool's not annoying, the movies tricked you. The movies have you fooled. He's always been a huge pain in the ass, and there's a reason all of the X-Men hate him. He's irritating. I always loved Bucky. And I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. When everybody's like, "Oh, you should give us some original comic skins. It would be so cool to have like some of these characters in like their original 50s, 60s designed back when like Tony Stark looked like a can of tuna." And I'm here thinking, give me classic Bucky. Give me that barnacle boy looking ass motherfucker. It'll be funny. Don't give me classic Squirrel Girl though. She scared me. I'm not scared of clowns, and she triggered that fear in me. For anybody who's not in the know about Marvel Comics, Deadpool is supposed to be annoying. He has chronic pain, and he makes those jokes and shit constantly to distract himself from his own pain. He is incapable of shutting the fuck up. He's the kind of person where when you hang out with him for a little bit, you're like, huh, this guy's funny. But you hang out with him for longer and you're like, oh, he's always like that. That's Deadpool. That's Wade Winston Wilson for you. Diane, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I'm not trying to get closey. Listen, Chaos, I feel like I can't complain about Wolverine specifically for one reason and one reason alone. I have been begging for manlit Wolverine since the beginning. Because Hugh Jackman, for anyone who's not in the know, Hugh Jackman is over a foot taller than Wolverine is supposed to be. We're not talking about a difference of 2 or 3 inches. We're talking about a difference of 12 to 14 inches. Wolverine's supposed to be small. And I was begging for years, gimme manlet Wolverine, gimme manlet Wolverine. And they finally did it. They finally did it in Deadpool and Wolverine, even if it was just for a brief moment as a joke with him exploring the multiverse. And I said, they heard me. Can't complain. Can't complain. I'll take what I can get. The Punisher. They made the Punisher so lame. And I don't know how they managed to pull that off because the Punisher is so cool. And they made him so lame. Oh my god, that's hilarious, Lim. Lim said that's not Frank Castle, that's Francis Castiglione. I can't. Oh my god. Like he has one of his things that he says when you start, when you're in the lobby and you're waiting for the round to officially start. If Rocket Raccoon is there, he'll ask about his weapons. And he'll realize that Rocket's weapons are better than his own weapons. And he says to like his like audio journal or whatever, he's like mission status report. This planet has a raccoon with weapons that are cooler than mine. It's sick. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's something like that. I'm like, what the fuck? That's not how the Punisher fucking talks. What the fuck? What did you do? What did you do to my man? A loaded god complex. Cock it and pull it. If you didn't know, that's what he's saying there. Because most people can't understand the words. I miss bad diction Patrick Stump. It was fun when a new Fall Out Boy album came out and everybody was on the lyric websites just like putting in question marks trying to figure out what the lyrics were because his diction was so awful. The last line of the chorus, it's a loaded god complex. Cock it and pull it. Dude, that's crazy. If you're gonna do the Punisher, though, that's how you do the Punisher. That's how you do it accurately. That's just like one example. People would miss that a lot, but people like old Patrick Stump, like I guess young Patrick Stump, old Fall Out Boy, he had terrible diction. And it was a game trying to figure out what the lyrics were, and I missed that. Right there. A loaded god complex. Cock it and pull it. Yeah, I think this one might have been Pete. Blame him. That's crazy. That's the kind of unnecessary violence that I want if I'm getting a Deadpool game or a Punisher game. I expect shit like that. If I can't maul or brutalize a man in a way that I've never considered before being possible or heard of as some kind of weird accident, then that's a Deadpool or the Punisher game. Dion, don't get me fucking started, man. Don't get me fucking started on how these assholes missed the point and that the Punisher would murder them. Don't get me. I can't. This is gonna. I'm gonna get Twitch banned if I fucking go off on that too much. Grados! Stop saying I shot Jackie!
Grotto's pot has arrived.
I would never hurt my boy Jackie like that. I'm not trying to. You're the one who told me to go see Pan Am. I didn't know that would be like a whole stream's worth of quest. I was intending to see Jackie's fucking mom, but now I gotta do it this Friday instead. Don't blame me for that shit. Don't blame me. I already feel bad enough. Also, Grottos, why didn't anybody tell me I can't romance Pan Am? Y'all kept that shit from me. You even encouraged me to shoot my shot, knowing I'd be rejected because she's straight. Hey, also, I'm having fun with it. I borrowed it from my roommate. Also, how old is that game now? Why does it still cost that much? Hey, your pay is gonna go up like mad with that shit, though. Saving now, thank you. Telling me that Pan Am is straight is not spoilers, Dion. That's not spoilers, Dion. I guess. Bold idea. AAA studios should release games that work. I know. It's a little controversial, I know. After my character, I feel like that bitch looks like me if I got like cybernetic surgery to make me like flawlessly symmetrical. Like, yes, the supermodel package. That, please. Yeah, I know, but if they keep making games that you can't play, I'm not gonna fucking bother buying them. I'm gonna keep playing my indie games instead. Yeah, they give you chips, but no salsa. You're 50-50. Maybe he's heard it before. It's not an original. Oh, yeah. Oh god. Spiders of all things, bro. Going to Australia over there? Fucking fuck spiders. Try to make this my theme song this year. Oh, I've heard of Monster Musume. Yeah, this is like the most ADHD conversation I've had in a while. And I'm me. Like I was never actually diagnosed with ADHD. I just like brought up that it runs in my family and it was so obvious in my case that they just put it in my file. They didn't bother testing me for it. Between family history and me being like, yeah, so like everyone's got ADHD and I'm like this, they're like, they just put it in my file. You might. I mean, there's a few different ways it can present, but you might not. But we sure as shit do. And you're keeping up with us, so. Honestly. Honestly. I've got horrendous ADHD. Honestly, though, I think it kind of helps me stream. Because, like, it's not as difficult to keep up with chat and my programs and stuff when I feel understimulated if I'm not doing, like, 3 things at the same time. Like, I spent yesterday evening watching TV, playing on my phone, and mending a hand towel. Like, hand sewing, all at the same time. That was how I spent my evening yesterday. Dion, how dare you? Now my PC is all over the floor. It's shattered. I'll never stream again. It's not 8. Jesus Christ, Dion. 8 screens? Okay, first off, the most I've ever used streaming was 6. And one of those was my cell phone, and one of those was an iPad mini. Because I have 2 monitors, a tablet with a screen on it, and a television. That's my computer. And then I plugged into that an iPad mini that is so outdated it won't even connect to Wi-Fi. It's an original iPad mini, first generation, that is still in perfectly good shape but is absolutely bricked. And I managed to set that up as a stream deck using an app I was able to download on it using a hotspot on an outdated phone that it was able to connect to. And I turned it into a stream deck. And so I had that as a stream deck, but it started acting on the fritz, and now I have voice commands, so I don't actually need to click anything. So I got rid of that. So it's the TV, 2 monitors, and my art tablet, which I realize is still a lot, don't get me wrong. Plus, I keep my cell phone right next to my camera on, like, a little phone holder thing so that I can, like, make sure I'm connected properly, because if OBS has a connection issue, I'm honestly probably going to see that disconnect before it's going to let me know. It also gives me an extra place to see chat. So, I know it's still a lot of screens, but it's not 8. Okay? I mean, I could make that a command if I wanted to. It's not one. I don't have a soundboard. But I could. Like, I can go, Jarvis, cringe. Hands free. I love it. I cannot emphasize that, like, that's my favorite stream toy. Bro, you can use those commands. Have you ever even looked at my command list? I'm not adding water. I think I wouldn't like, I think I wouldn't really prefer having a soundboard. I think it would either be disruptive or it wouldn't get used. It's not really my style. Jarvis, summon. Ooh, pseudo dragon. Jarvis, the Arcana. Jarvis, the Arcana. Okay, maybe he's being touchy about that one. Am I saying that correctly, too? Hold on, let me double check. Oh, no. Jarvis, the cards. That's what it was. Some of them. Not all of them, but there's a couple. Oh, yeah? Yep, that's a command. I have a lot for emotes. I can also oh, what was the phrasing I made it? Jarvis, generate character. Deep Gnome Berserker Barbarian. Interesting. And the program I used to set this up, free. Basically everything I've used for stream is free. The only thing I've paid for is the audio method that I use, which was about $6, and I use virtual cables. I purchased a virtual cable program because I was having a lot of audio issues doing it all the free ways. I tried literally every option that is free. I'm telling you. And I was having an error with all of them. It was not agreeing with my computer. It was causing disruptions to stream. It was causing this annoying crackling noise. Dion, I use multiple. That's the thing. They do one for free, pay for more. And I use 3. Yeah. I use there's one for game audio, all games, all plugged into the same thing. My microphone is connected on its own DI box, so that didn't need a virtual cable. And then there's one for music, and then there's one for, like, guest audio, like when Joey and I stream together. So really, those are, like, my 4 main channels. And then I have ones for, like, Firebot, Blurp, Alerts, and Viewer Attack. Yeah, Viewer Attack. If you're on mobile... It's not a command. If you're on mobile, it should be immediately under me. If you're on computer, there should be a panel. If you scroll just down a little bit, viewer attack. You can throw things at me, and it costs bits, except I made the tomatoes free. You can chuck as many tomatoes at me as you damn well please. Because I figured it suited the whole, like, medieval thing, throwing tomatoes at me. You should try it. It's fun. Hey, there you go. You figured it out. Yeah, so you can throw stuff at me. And I tried to make it like things that there's a bunch of options and you can limit what options you want. And I tried to make it all like medievally related. Like there's a virus, you can throw the plague at me. You can throw eggs at me. But I made the tomatoes free. The other ones cost bits. I'll write that down. I'm not sure if there's rats. It's been a minute since I've checked. I also had stream stickers, but I removed it recently because nobody really uses it here. Some communities use it a lot, but I don't think I've ever had somebody use stream stickers. And I think I was kind of bogging down OBS with browser sources, so I decided to remove that one as well as a couple others that like weren't really necessary, honestly. Whoa. Going tomato wild now. Are you just gonna start throwing tomatoes at me every time there's a raid so that other people realize it's a thing that they can do? Because when we played our BG3 playthroughs, Joey and I, sometimes when the other one was like AFK to use the bathroom or something real quick, we'd just chuck tomatoes at each other's characters on there. And Pippin and I would like throw them at their boobs and stuff. So stupid. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Because like I do have a decent amount of interactive stuff, but A lot of people don't use them that much. So I cut back to the stuff that like is more inclined to get used. To try and keep my shit from being needlessly bogged down. I get it. You're just trying to get people to chuck tomatoes at me. A sub use in a sentence. Like I'm on a spelling bee. Like a sub sandwich or oh yeah, those. They're even smaller than the emotes. And all of the ideas I've had so far looked like shit at that scale. Like I wanted to make badges that are like different color coins. So it's like the longer you've been subscribed for, the coin is like worth more. Um that did not look good at that scale. Then I thought like let's make them banners. We could do like cool medieval banners and have them have like little different color flags depending on how long they've been here for. That didn't look good. Like it's so tiny that I keep having overzealous ideas. I need to pick something really basic. Like I gotta get over myself and pick something really basic. And then on top of that, there are ones for tiers that need to be incorporated in. And so like for example, if I had made everyone coins, you'd be like a regular coin or like a coin with sparkles or a coin that's super sparkly depending on what tier sub you are. So I need to do like overlay pieces also. Uh you'd be on tier 7. I had it written down somewhere where I had like different types of metal in order of like their worth and like alchemical use. And I don't think I have that anymore, but I'm trying to remember what the 7th one was. Yeah, it is a little particular, huh? I'll see if I can't cut down the command a little bit to shorten it. It doesn't need to be so specific. Yeah, it doesn't need to be down to the seconds. That's crazy. Oh, dude, that's awesome. But yeah, I don't know how well you could fit a dragon in that space. It would have to be very, very minimalist if you were to do so. But yeah, sub badges are one of those things I want to squeeze in when I don't have like commissions and stuff that I'm busy with. Or like when things are slower. I gaining traction on Twitch and getting a lot of commissions are hopefully something that's going to come hand in hand. But you know, we'll see. I'm just like happy we're here, you know. I'll take it as it comes. Honestly, Chaos, the biggest thing I've done is go to other people's streams and don't shut the fuck up. I go to streams of people who have similar vibes. I talk and I greet people and I talk and like it's not just because I'm networking. Like I enjoy talking to you guys and I find and seek groups that I like click with and enjoy spending time with, and sometimes those people are kind enough to follow me and they come here, and that's how I've gotten the majority of my followers. I also consider myself like kind of lucky that I met a streamer who's getting like near partner numbers who supported the shit out of me in the beginning. Um and that made a big difference for how quickly I was able to get affiliate and then grow from there. The art community in Twitch is really, really supportive, is the long and short of it. But mostly I just like network. And if chaos, if something like that comes up, that person's not your vibe. That's fine. Move on, find someone else. Like the whole thing about platforms like Twitch is that you've got a shitload of options. So you just got to find your people. And it's going to take a little bit, but you got to find your people. Like, you know, everybody's always glad to see you when you hop in like my chat, Zoob's chat, stuff like that. Start there. Hang out with some of the people they shout out next. Just kind of start spreading a little bit and get to know people. I do that, and I try to have good production quality are like the two things that are the biggest to me. And I mean, a good part of it's going to be luck too. I can't even lie. I think that's true of any social media platform. Oh, there's my meds alarm. I also suggest like if you can find your niche, like, you know, I stream art, so that makes me a little different from people who just do variety games. There's a lot of those. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but if you find your niche, it's easier to find folks who will be interested in what you're doing. I also always suggest trying to hang out with like-sized streamers too. Like, you'll get drowned out in chats that have a lot of people because the streamer's really popular. So hang out in smaller ones, you know? I met Chrono from a raid. I don't even remember who raided him, but somebody raided Chrono, and that's how I met him. And through him, I met Hairless Doll, and Hairless Doll showed me Punk Ape as inspiration for her PNG tuber because she wanted something simple and cartoony like his. And Punk Ape introduced me to Zoop. So it's like a whole chain of weird situations that led me to meet in the Zoop crew. Great people, great community. Yeah. Yeah, it was like several people in order that I met in order to meet Zoop. And I feel like I met him with like really good timing too because his community's been blowing up lately. And I feel like if I had met him later, I'd probably be more like a voice in the crowd where like I feel like we're buddies because I met him when I did. I I hate how much looks do factor into this shit, but that's what makes stuff like VTubers and PNG tubers so appealing. Because I'll be honest, I did not expect to have a face cam and have everybody go, "Oh, you're hot." That was the last thing I expected. Punk's a great fucking guy. I love that dude. And honestly, like good lighting and good cameras make a big difference on how you look too. It really does. Like I've got two real fucking bright ring lights right there and an LED panel right here. And if I turn those off, it does not look good. Like it gets like uh camera static and it's like hard to see me clearly, and not only that, but it's like not very flattering either. Yeah, hell yeah, man. I started without a camera myself. Because I wasn't sure. I'd never really used Twitch before, and I wasn't sure if I was even gonna stick with it. And putting my face to something I wasn't dedicated to online forever just kind of seemed like a lot. Um, and also because when you're female on the internet, people say some stupid ass shit. And I was trying to avoid that kind of attention. I knew of VTubers, um, but at that time I didn't know how to make them. It wasn't until I did Dion's that I really researched the shit out of that shit. Until like Dion came to me and was like, "Is this something you'd be interested in doing?" I'm like, "I ain't never done that before." And he's like, "I don't care. I want you to try." And I was like, "Okay." So that's what I did. Um, yeah, you should always raid. If you have one or two people and you think this is too small for me to raid out with, this seems pointless, raid someone who has one viewer. Just do it. They'll appreciate it. Just hang out for 5 minutes, chat, and then do whatever your post stream is, you know? Makes a big fucking difference. I think I've only ever ended stream without raiding out like 3, 4 times probably. And at least two or three, like the majority of those were because of technical difficulties. I didn't want to put in all that work just to fuck it up, Dion. I was worried. I was worried. But it came out great. I'm bad about that. I fully admit it. Get like a spray bottle. Like I'm a cat. I think I'm more of a cat than a dog, so I feel like the spray bottle is more Oh, you're pulling the war horn on me. Oh, that's SP. Hey, how you doing, SP? I thought that was Dion yelling at me for a second. How's your night going? That was my most popular redeem for a while. I think now it's probably the D20, though. If I had to guess. I don't really keep track. Granted, I added the D20 one as soon as I figured out how to do green screen effects through OBS. It's indeed a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday, and we're drawing a skater boy. Right now, we're drawing the bus that's in the background, but let me show you him. There we go. Now you can see the whole thing. We still gotta shade the character himself. He's also a void guy, so that's why he doesn't really have a lot of features. He's made of the void with like glowy eyes. So we're gonna be selling it on the shading instead and the clothing details too. Eventually, the patches aren't all just going to be red like that. They're going to have their own designs and colors and things. That's just kind of a placeholder, too. Additionally, we're going to be adding like a bunch of ads and things around this scene to make it more urban. And there's going to be details like cracks in the sidewalk and plants coming up and all that good shit. We've been working on shading and detailing this for a little bit now. Thanks. Yeah, it's a little break from our usual like high fantasy situation. But it's nice to shake it up every now and then. And Christ, was I overthinking it first because I haven't done a modern scene in a long time. Yeah, I have a lot of Mii's on my playlist. I listen to a shitload of these guys. Like, YouTube regularly sends me badges that are like, congrats, you're the top 0.05% of Muse listeners. You listen to so much Muse. And I'm like, cool. Like, my tastes are diverse, but yeah, they're always in there. Yeah, honestly. You know, I don't think I've ever heard of Captain Beefheart, but I'm definitely gonna have to look that up. I don't know. They send me ones for mostly for Muse, 21 Pilots, and Placebo. Those are the ones I usually end up getting, which is not surprising because I listen to a lot of those guys. This is Placebo right now. Honestly, I'm surprised I don't get them for fucking like My Chem, Fallout Boy. I listen to a lot of those motherfuckers. System of a Down. Hell yeah. SP's dope. Diane, I'm telling you, you gotta hang out in Ms. Quay's stream sometime. Yeah, we're friends, and her community's super cool. And you like vibe with like everyone there. Fuck yeah. I fucking love My Chemical Romance. Also, gorillas. How do I not have one for listening to shitloads of gorillas? being out emoed, Dion. You know that I grew up under a fucking rock. Multiple rocks, even. A boulder. A whole fucking mountain. My mom is one of those fucking weirdos that thinks music is background noise and nothing else. She thinks it's a waste of time. And that is something I've never understood. And as a result, I missed out on a lot of bands. Because music was not played in that house. I've still never seen your tattoos, bro. You gotta send me pictures sometime. I get that, SP. See, like, the music was never played in my household growing up, so I had to kind of just, like, figure it out myself. And I would just, like, rabbit hole on YouTube and stuff, and that's how I ended up into, like, a lot of, like, indie or even hipster bands. And somehow, like, have no idea about, like, classic rock and stuff. Like, I'm a very weird case. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Even like any pop culture from that time period just goes right over my head because I wasn't connected to any of that shit. I didn't know shit about shit. I'll look them up. Yeah, I missed a lot of that shit. And it's one of those things that you have to kind of constantly catch up on. You can't montage your way through understanding that shit, you know what I'm saying? Good for King Gizzard. I didn't know that they did that. But yeah, fuck Spotify. It's kind of funny though, because like a lot of my music taste is like bands that like my big sister showed me when she was in high school, and for her it was a phase, and she was like, you know, my sister, Jet's gonna grow out of it. Jet's gonna grow out of it. I never did. I still listen to all those bands constantly. Okay, hold on. Oh, dude, hell yeah. Ugh, I want more tattoos. That's my reaction. I want more fucking tattoos, bro. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I need more ink. Yeah, Cake and System of a Down are so fucking good. So fucking good. I think that's a pretty decent looking bus. Yeah, yeah, you got the Nuck tats. Ugh, I want more tattoos so bad. Oh, I want to get the Roman numeral for number 8 across my knucks on my left hand. It's part of the logo. If you go to if I go to my Be Right Back screen, when it's you can see on the hand when it's lit up a little better, that there's finger tattoos that are VIII. That's number 8 in Roman numerals. Um, and that's because Axel from Kingdom Hearts is number 8 in Organization 13. Little tidbit about my logo. We all know. We all know I'm a fucking nerd. I do you like is it like black work or because that shit's rough. Also depends on where on your body it is too. That's gonna make a big difference. Oof. Oof. Ouch. Yeah, that'll do it. And on the shoulder too. Are you talking like shoulder blade, like back of the shoulder? Because that'll hurt. That'll hurt. Um, I wasn't too bad with any of mine. When it got really close to my elbow on my bicep tattoo, that was a little like tickly. It was weird. And when I got my like hips tattooed, like my abs, hips area tattooed, that was weird because I like felt it in like my thighs from like weird nerve connection shit. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. That's not the worst area to tattoo, but thick black lines where they really have to get that ink in there, that's gonna hurt. Oh yeah. At least you were able to stay still. You when I was a tattoo apprentice, you would not believe the amount of dudes who insisted on powering through it when they were just jerking in the chair, and it's like, bro, we can't even do art with you moving this much. Like, I need you to stay still. Those dudes were always the one who talked big about being tough too. Every time. Every time. Yeah. That's funny because some people find it really annoying, but it's because like it's usually more related to the sound, I think, than the feeling. When people got irritated by those kinds of tattoos. But at least they're like usually really tiny, so they're over with pretty quick. My most awkward was getting my butt tattooed because I was bent over a table with a very pretty tattoo artist thinking, don't fart in her face. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh, that's crazy. Do you know if they were rotaries? Rotaries tend to make less sound, but it sacrifices power. Which sounds good but isn't. That'll do it. That'll do it. Yeah, rotaries are quieter, but they're not as powerful. And generally what that means is that they'll need to do more passes to get the ink into your skin properly for it to stay nicely. And some artists won't use rotaries at all. Partly because rotaries were invented for prison tattoos. Tricky's gonna raid in like one more. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Tricky. Future, thank you. Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, rotaries were invented for prison tattoos, so they carry a bit of a stigma. And they aren't as powerful, um, inherently because of the way the mechanism works. Where I learned with coils. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, my alarm's gonna go off in like 10 minutes, but I'll wait until after Tricky does. Thank you. Yeah, I don't really like getting raided when I plan on wrapping up within like 30 minutes cuz if a raid comes, I want to be at least available for another 45 minutes to an hour minimum. Minimum. So I usually turn them off when it gets late enough. Put that properly in the layer order so the fucking hydrant isn't just awkwardly behind it even though it's in front of it. That's funny. Yeah, my first tattoo was the one I have on my bicep. If I switch to just chatting, you can see it better. I got it when I was 19 because I couldn't afford it any sooner, but I wanted it the whole time. That's mine. Simple, clean. That's all I wanted. You might notice it matches my hat. Yep. It's for one of my favorite bands. I love it. Um I don't know. I always knew what I wanted like ahead of time. I have a ton of tattoos planned still that I just can't afford yet. And I have never gotten any cover ups or reworks because I've always stayed happy with mine. Yeah, it's the La Dispute Lotus. That's why the hat matches. It's also merchandise of theirs. Um and it has a line from one of their songs. The song is called The Surgeon and the Scientist. If you're not into screamy shit, I don't suggest it to you. I I didn't like that band when I first heard them, but they grew on me. And there was a few different things, yeah, like a fungus. There was a few different things that I wanted it to say. But I'm a skinny little bitch. Oh yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. It's like their like baby's intro song because that's like everybody's first song that introduces them to Law Dispute. But it's a good song. Um, yeah, I had a bunch of different lyrics that I wanted as tattoos, but being a skinny bitch, I didn't have room for most of them. Most of them were like long and wordy. So I ended up going with the one from The Surgeon and the Scientist, which I chose partly because it was shorter and partly because it does resonate with me. And it's the last line of a stanza, so I feel like it kind of represents the entire stanza in just a few words, and I like that about it. But there's a few more lyrics of theirs I want to get as tattoos. Namely, I want to get one on my thigh that's going to have a design to go with it. It's going to be hands cradling an anatomical heart, and the anatomical heart is going to have flowers growing out of the arteries. And it's going to have wrapped around it, remember not our faulty pieces, remember not our rusted piece, fuck. Remember not our rusted pieces, remember not our faulty parts. It's not the petty imperfections that define us, but the way we hold our hearts. I was second guessing myself. I had it right. I had it right. Oh, that's fun. A One Piece one. I have an Undertale tattoo. I guess that counts as a pop culture tattoo. Um, it's gotten really fucking popular, even if it was like only ever meant to be a little indie game. I want to like pretty much redo this truck almost entirely. I'm pretty much just keeping this base sketch for the fucking shapes and how they apply to the perspective. Because I don't like it. It's too dinky. Love this song. I'm gonna be like, yo, Tricky, why no touch starve today? What the heck? Unless he did that while I was live. In which case, I'ma watch the VOD. ASAP. Yeah, figured. He's probably busy. Maybe he'll do it tomorrow. And then I'll put that on while I'm cleaning the bathroom. Hang out with Tricky, clean the bathroom. That's on my docket next. There's my turn off raids alarm. I gotta set one of those for Fridays, by the way. I never added one since I started streaming Fridays. I just have to remember it. Oh yeah. I mean it's my hobby, so like if I didn't have patience with it, would I still be doing it? You know, for a long time it was a hobby thing and that's what got me doing this in the first place. Also, when I was feeling lazy, every group project ever was like, oh, and you need drawings for this one part, and the group project people would be like, okay, Jet's doing that part, and I'd be like, cool, I don't have to research nothing. So every group project ever, I was like, I'll do the drawings. And then I'd draw something like really basic and shitty because I was a kid, and people would be like, oh my god, that's like so good. Art's kind of like, sometimes I feel like it's the only thing I can do. Like, I, I don't have a higher education. Um, there wasn't any like particular career paths or anything I was drawn to. I didn't give a shit about any of that stuff. And I often feel like I'm just not good at any of that stuff. So like I was like, all right, I'll take this thing that I've invested all this time and shit into just because I enjoy it, and I'll try to make something out of that. There were a few different ways that I considered using art stuff to try and make a career. Um, like I thought, like doing like special effects makeup for movies would be really up my alley, but you need to know somebody to get into a line of work like that, and I don't know nobody. um, if if I got to pick any like art career today, I'd probably choose to be a comic book colorist. Other people would do the sketches, the anatomy, that meticulous shit, and I'd play with my pretty colors all day long. That would be what makes me the happiest, I think. Yeah, I've done food service, I've done customer service, I've done that kind of shit, and I just couldn't fucking deal with that shit anymore. Um, not more than like part time at least, and it's just so mind numbing. If you get like really good at one of those kinds of things and can work at a higher end place, because Zion, I believe you work at a higher end bar, it can be really nice. But I was like working like, general public type shit, and it just made me miserable, dude. There's a minute there where I wanted to decorate cakes too. I thought I could do like wedding cakes and stuff. Did a brief stint at a florist. Liked the work, didn't like the business. Like the business there. I worked at a landscaper for a couple seasons too. Um, doing like Christmas trees and wreaths and shit. That was fun as seasonal work. I don't have the physicality to do that like as an actual job. That does sound pretty chill, honestly. If I didn't have a heart condition, yeah, noodle arm debuff. If I didn't have a heart condition, I could see myself being like a forest ranger, a fire watch, something in that vein where it's out in nature. I don't think I'd get too bummed out being like by myself in those lines of work because I'd just be like drawing the trees and stuff, just drawing from life while I'm there. Yeah, I think it would be chill. I don't think a lot of people don't like those kinds of jobs because it's lonely. But I'm like really fucking introverted anyway. Yeah, SP, that's on the list too. If I was healthier, I think I'd like being a firefighter would be cool, but I can't do that kind of shit. That kind of career path is just off limits for a bitch like me. I liked working with children, but I hated working with parents. You went to college for psych? New Dion tidbit for the Dion wiki. I'm curious, would you agree with my assessment that 9 out of 10 psych students are in it for the wrong fucking reasons? I've met very few psych students who were actually rational, decent people. Um, and I'm wondering if that's like a East Coast psych student thing or if that's in general. Half agree, valid. You get what I'm saying. I'm exaggerating for comedic effect, but you get what I mean. I just know personally that like every person I've known to go into psych personally, totally the wrong reasons. And it's a shame because I think it's an important subject and something that we should all understand better about ourselves. But my goodness, do I know some wild folks to go into that line of work. Okay, let's do like one more refine before we actually line this. I thought the mirror looked too dinky, so I made that larger. It's a little short bed dad truck, you know? I like shoddy little pickup trucks. Absolutely valid. I know you well enough to know that you went into it for the right reasons. But boy, howdy, do I know a lot of people who went into it either because they thought it would be like an easy moneymaker, which is not true. Emotional labor is real labor. And I think they either needed to learn that or hopefully have. Um, and I also know a lot of people who went into it to try and like diagnose themselves. And I'm like, that can be valid, but you got to be careful with how you do that. And I don't think making a career out of like the problems you have as a teenager is a very wise choice. But also I don't really understand why we make teenagers pick their fucking lifetime careers. Like there's a lot to be said there. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of stuff that works with health, be it mental or physical, involves malcoping mechanisms. Oh yeah, I mean if you're down to share, you know there's never any pressure here. No pressure nor judgment. Just sharing opinions. That's shitty that they would do that to you. But I'm glad that you proved them wrong. I get you, man. Yeah, one of the favorite teachers I ever had told me that she thought my calling was to be a gender therapist. And I thought that was very sweet of her. But at the same time, I was like, girl, I can barely handle my own shit. I was a fucking mess in high school. Hey, Tricky! How's your night going, my man? How you guys doing? Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? And if you got any post-stream self-care you gotta get in, please don't feel pressured to stick around. Also, touch-starved when, bro? I said I had to give you shit for that when I saw you next. Here you are. How y'all doing? Hootin' and hollering, hell yeah. Thursday? Sweet, sweet. I'll keep an eye out for that. I'm the Maker's Mantle. I do character art. This is the one we're working on right now. He's a little skater dude in the afterlife. He's like a void person, so he's totally made out of shadow, which is why he doesn't have many distinguishing features. I make stuff and I put it on my mantle. Though, if I had the right tools, I could make a mantle. I did. Thank you for the reminder, Dion. Yeah, so this is a portrait we've been working on of a character for a buddy of mine for a TTRPG that takes place in the Has-Been Hotel universe. Hell yeah, he's a skater boy. And yeah, normally we do like high fantasy character art here, but this one's breaking the mold a little bit, something more modern. So, having a little fun, shaking it up, getting something new into the portfolio. But generally, we do a lot of D&D character art, so you usually find fantasy stuff here. I could show you guys some examples. Let me see what I got. Hold on, hold on. If I switch to this, and then I press this button, is it going to connect to the right thing? There we go. Hey, throwing tomatoes. Yeah, this is one that I did on stream. This is a Triton Storm Sorcerer. He's an original character of mine. Oh, geez. It's the dirtiest song on my playlist. I hope none of you speak French. If you do, you're in for a ride. That's my boy Barrel Tarpon. Commission I did for a buddy of mine, Warlock, with a owl familiar. His name is Nico Thorn. Another character of mine is Sit-Stay. He's a Labrador Retriever Shadow Monk. Yes, he's homebrew. Yeah, we do character art. This is one I did for a buddy of mine as well. A little wizard battle based on the Avatar The Last Airbender final fight pose. Thank you, Tricky. Thank you, thank you. I'm guessing you're talking about Sit-Stay. He's a very popular young man. He's easily the most popular character I've ever made. It's the strangest thing. Sometimes I will meet someone that I've never met before. Welcome back, Pippin. I'll meet someone that I've never met before, and they will tell me about my own D&D character. They'll bring up Sit-Stay. He's made circles around the local tabletopping community through word of mouth, and it's hilarious because he has the folk hero backstory, so it's the whole like art imitates life thing. And yeah, he became actually real life famous, and I've heard people that I've never met before talking about my character, and I'm like, yes, hello, I made that dog. It's the strangest thing. I guess that's what happens when your dungeon master is a professional who runs event games, though, in all fairness. But yeah, we've been working on this pickup truck in the background of this piece. Eventually, the patches are going to be all different colors with all different designs. We're going to squeeze some ads into the background of this as well. And I'm going to add a little bit of a motion blur to the city bus and the pickup truck. We're also going to have some ads down here on the lower level, too. But yeah, he's coming along pretty well, I think. Been working on this guy for a little bit now. Coming soon, I'm also working on emotes for a couple different channels. I have a commission for a logo that I'm going to be working on in the near future, a really cute one that you guys are going to get to watch me work on. And I'm also introducing a couple extra VTubers into the mix, though those are just for me. So depending on how commissions go, they may get backseated. I'm going to be working on like a crazy flashy VTuber that's going to be a portfolio piece, and I want it to be like ridiculously over the top. So we're going to have that. And then I'm probably also going to make a VTuber that looks like me for days when I don't feel like using my camera. Yeah, Tricky, I hope you were having fun. Thank you again for the raid, my dude. Appreciate you always. Hey, thanks for the follow. Hey, we're now only 4 away from 300. Feels pretty fab, not gonna lie. I've only been streaming for about a year and a half. We're still a pretty small channel here. If you like gaming, if you prefer gaming over art, on Thursdays I play co-op games with my dungeon master. And on Fridays I do solo gaming. Right now I'm playing Cyberpunk 2077. It is my first playthrough of it, and I'm going in totally blind. So if you like Cyberpunk, and you want to kind of experience what it's like to play it for the first time all over again, maybe you should consider swinging by on Friday. But if you like art and alternative music, Tuesday evenings are for you. Streaming at you from EST, by the way, for anybody who didn't notice. It's up on the top of the overlay. Thank you, Dion, saving right now. And heck yeah, I'd love to hear about it. Is it Grody Grub? And I hope you have a wonderful night, dude. Hope you have fun playing your games. Swing on by sometime. I'd love to hear about your character. I've been playing for 10 years, and I'm writing my own campaign, too. I got distracted and started chicken scratching. I don't want to do that. I always want to hear about people's D&D characters. I've got some weird ones myself that I love to rant about. So, and especially as a character artist, like I try to fit things into their looks that are inspired by their backstories and not just their builds, you know? That kind of stuff's important to me. So I love learning about people's characters. Yeah, the Triton Storm Sorcerer I showed you guys before, he's one of my favorite PCs I've ever played. Love that guy. Sit Stay, the dog, he's a PC that I wrote and that I play. Love that guy. I have a bard that I haven't drawn yet, but he's on my to-do list. He's a gnoll, which if you're not familiar, is the race of hyena people. Generally, they tend to be evil. And by generally, I mean the majority of them, like 99%. They worship Yunagu, and their existence is a direct product of Yunagu, who is an evil god. But this one, maybe he was born with a screw loose. He's not really that interested in being evil. And he was always a reject from his kind as a result. They didn't understand him, he didn't understand them. Bit of a communication barrier. So, unfortunately, they rejected him. They kicked him out of the tribe. And he was pretty bummed about that, because, that's his family, that's all he's ever known, but he figured he can go find bigger, better things. And he became a comedy guy. And he tours, and he tells jokes, and he bark laughs at his own jokes, and they're all really bad. They're all absolutely awful jokes. But he is so much fun. He's so much fun to play. It's just nothing but puns and dad jokes, and then, this stupid bark laugh. His name is Pax Wisecracker. And he's one of my favorite characters I've ever written. But yeah, if anybody wanted to check out my gallery, themakersmantle.com. I'm also on Fourth Wall. I sell t-shirts, mugs, stickers, all that good stuff. So if you can't afford a commission, but you like what I do, maybe consider getting a sticker. I have some plans for some new designs that are going to be hitting the shop as soon as I can work on them. I'm a little bogged down with commissions at the moment. But I'm going to be working on some funny magnets and bumper stickers and things. Ooh, Treant Barbarian. He was burned down, so he wandered. Interesting. Ooh, he's a pirate. Oh, that's fucking crazy. He's got cannonballs for hands. Bruh. That sounds so cool. That sounds so cool. Is this one you would be looking to get art of, or is this another one that you're really into right now? Because me, I've got a lot of D&D characters. That's part of why I decided to start writing a campaign. I was like, I'm just gonna put them all in one setting and sandbox it for some friends. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I like playing naive dumbasses. That's that's my favorite like character trope to play. I love playing a dumbass. It's for some reason it's just very amusing to me when I understand foreshadowing that my DM is putting down and I'm like, "Oh no, this is built into something big and bad." But then my character's too stupid to understand that. And I just love that. I eat that shit up. So I play a lot of naive characters. Sit stays naive because he's literally a dog. No one ever taught him any better. Beryl is naive because he grew up on a commune where he was taken care of and coddled and people worked together. So he doesn't really understand that people might like try to fuck him over or lie to him or manipulate him. Also, I love this song. It's so fucking emo. Yeah, he owns a pirate ship. It's actually his second ship. The first one got sunk. 9, not bad. Mons will save it. Not dang. Not 9 isn't necessarily a fail. With some good modifiers, 9 will get the job done. Oh gosh. Relatable. Relatable. If like the real me had a class, um I'd be a rogue ranger. I have a mage theme here, so I know it doesn't maybe make the most sense, but I think I'd be a rogue ranger. And the rogue the rogue class would probably be arcane trickster, so it would incorporate use of magic, but it wouldn't be like the primary thing. I need to not work at an angle where my hand is blocking what I'm trying to work on. I'm just trying to smooth this out, make it not so chicken scratch. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I've been told that I'm confusing because apparently I look like an elf, but I act like a goblin. And that throws people off. But honestly, I think if you're pale, skinny, and tall, people are gonna say you look like an elf. And I've got all three of those things going on. Yeah. I mean, I could be an elf and a vampire. They're not mutually exclusive, but that still only argues the point that Asterion stole my brand. Because I've been doing this my whole life. Okay. I've been an elven looking twink body type having pale ass motherfucker this whole time. I think Neil Newbon owes me one raid. Hey, take your time. Don't let me hold you up from your gaming, neither. If you're lurking and gaming, I appreciate it. We love lurkers here. If you got better things to do and you gotta go, I understand that too. Dude, Neil raids go fucking nuts every time. Every fucking time. That guy gets so many viewers, the chat's just like, I can't read shit. I can't read shit in there. Yo, Tricky, have you seen a show called Z Nation? I just started rewatching it, and I think you'd like it. It's a zombie show. Dude, it's so funny. It's so funny. It's super campy in like all the best ways. And fucking like let me just give you a couple examples. There's a scene where my favorite character, his name is Doc, gets chased into a vent by a zombie. So he crawls into this vent to try and get away from it because it's the only way to go. And the zombie's behind him, but he gets all tangled up in like some wires from this trashed ass building. So he gets trapped there. There's no way out. He can't keep going forward. He can't go back. There's a pissed off zombie thrashing, barely held back by these wires. He's getting scared that the zombie's gonna break out of these wires, come fucking eat him. He's just gotta wait there for the other survivors to find him. And he's just gotta fucking hope. And he's trying to calm this zombie down because it's gonna bust through these fucking wires if it doesn't chill. So what does he do? Pulls a fucking joint from his pocket, lights that bitch up, and starts blowing it in the zombie's face. Hot boxes the motherfucker. Gets it to chill out. Fucking makes me laugh every time. Additionally, there's an episode where they get kidnapped by Juggalo survivors, and they have to rap battle their way to freedom against Juggalos in the zombie apocalypse. There's an episode where there's this guy who's like collecting zombies to make like a zombie museum, like different types of zombies, the specials and what have you. And he has zombie George R.R. Martin duct taped to a chair, scribble signing books. And he just is passing him new books as he just ham fists a Sharpie that's taped there. And it's actual George R.R. Martin in zombie makeup, mind you. The real deal. So fucking funny. Yeah, it's hilarious, dude. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. It's got a great cast, too. DJ Qualls is in it. I love that guy. DJ Qualls is in it, and he's like he's like one of those tech army guys. Like he's in the army, but he does the tech stuff, not the boot camp stuff. You know what I mean? I forget what it's called. And when the zombie apocalypse happens, he gets dispatched to Camp Northern Light, which is a far, far northern camp that's like within the Arctic Circle, so that he can control the radios and stuff from there to keep the military that's like trying to fight off the zombie apocalypse connected. And the show starts with 3 years passing from the zombie apocalypse, so he's by himself up there, slowly going insane. just like talking over the radio waves, trying to see if anybody will talk back to him because he's so fucking lonely. Really good show. Really funny. Yeah, I just started watching that one again, and I love it. Zombie MILFs? Bro, that sounds so funny. That sounds so funny. One of the craziest zombie concepts I've seen, I don't remember what the name of it is, but I'm sure if you look up, like, a short description, it'll come up. I think it was Brazilian, because it was in Portuguese. And the idea was that, like, there's a bunch of people on, like, a Big Brother game show when the zombies happen. And, like, the whole thing about Big Brothers, they're not supposed to tell them anything about what's going on in the outside world. So it's like these whiny reality TV star types thinking they're on Big Brother while the zombie apocalypse is going on outside. It was really funny. It's a really funny concept. The whole, like, reality TV stars in the apocalypse thing. Very, very goofy. But sometimes that kind of trash is exactly what I need, you know? Like, I'll be the first to say it. I put on 90 Day Fiance when I'm drawing sometimes because it's mindless enough that I can focus on my drawings, but it's also stupid bullshit enough to keep my mind occupied on something. Like, before the ADHD spins out and causes me to start working on some other shit. 90 Day Fiance, great for that. That show's fucking insane. In the best way. In the best way. That's also where I got the gem where this dude knocked up his Russian fiance, and they were like doing a bunch of traveling back and forth to try and figure out stuff with the baby before the baby came. And they were trying to get like their paperwork and stuff in so that she could come live with him in the States like before the baby was born, but it got like too held up, and she's super pregnant now, and she's like about to pop. And she ended up giving birth in Russia, and he was able to like fly out and stuff in time. And he's there, and they hand him this tiny little baby who's still all like red and shit, like fresh ass baby. Uh, and they hand him this tiny little baby, and they said I think it was 9 kilos. They said something like that. And he holds up this baby, and he's looking at it with that like, wow, life's a miracle look on his face. And he looks up at the doctor, and he says, how heavy's a kilometer? and I fucking lost it. I fucking lost my shit. Fucking love that show. It's garbage in the best way. We got our truck shaped out. Yeah, Dion, what's up? You're hemming at me? What the fuck is a kilometer? It's fucking wild. You also learn some interesting tidbits about other countries and cultures and stuff. They're like the tiny things you don't even think to look up. Yo, no worries. So we are out of time for tonight. But we got a lot done. We shaded more on the stairs. We textured the handrails. We shaded the metal, so like the handrail on the middle of the steps and the railing to keep people from falling over, since we made it like a 2-story situation. We relined the bus to look really nice. We're working on redoing the truck since it was looking just a little too silly before. We've addressed layer organization. Next time, we're going to be finishing the truck, finishing the bus, shading the character, and detailing. And so it might be 1 or 2 more streams. I'm not 100% sure. But we'll be done with this guy soon. I'm probably going to squeeze in some emotes and stuff in the interim offline. Because I got work to do, boys. I got work to do. Maybe that'll be our raid message when we finally finish this guy. We drew a Sk8r boy. He said, "See you later, boy," and then we'll move on to other things. Because we usually just do the default raid that I do. Honestly, good timing because I gotta pee. So I'm gonna set up to raid. We'll get out of here. We'll say hi to somebody, and I'm gonna run to the restroom. Jarvis raid message. Makes me feel so fancy every time. Let's take a peek at who's online. Okay, okay, Trader Joe is on. We haven't rated her in a little bit. She's also working on art, so you guys can keep that vibe up with art. Trader Joe makes the most beautiful portraits. Y'all gotta see them. So yeah, we haven't rated her in a minute because she usually starts after we wrap up, but it looks like she's on already. Let's do it. I'm gonna just shift a little bit here because I've been sitting too damn long. We are going to raid out to Trader Joe. Thank you guys all so much for joining me tonight. Thank you again for the raid, Tricky. I super appreciate it. Zoob, if you're watching this VOD later on or something, thank you too for the raid, dude. Appreciate the shit out of you, my man. Appreciate everyone hanging out tonight. Y'all are always the best showing up for me like this. I will be back on Thursday. Me and Joey gonna be gaming again. And then again on Friday with more Cyberpunk. We're gonna wrap up the Pandem storyline, questline that we're on. Get back into the city and get some shit done. So we'll see how that goes. Thank you guys. I hope you all have a wonderful night. I'll be back on Thursday. Bye! Hey, of course. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you again, man. Good night, everybody.